Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Nature of Prophecy. Long before wizards learned to capture moving images in photographs or record voices in magical portraits, there existed those among the magical community who could glimpse fragments of tomorrow. In the depths of the Ministry of Magic, behind doors that few have ever seen opened, lies a chamber filled with thousands of glowing orbs, each one containing the essence of a prophecy spoken by a seer. Tonight, as we settle into the comfortable embrace of evening, let us explore the mysterious world of magical prophecy, where the boundaries between present and future blur like morning mist over the Scottish Highlands. Imagine yourself walking through the corridors of the Department of Mysteries, your footsteps echoing softly against polished floors that have witnessed secrets beyond ordinary comprehension. The air here carries a weight of knowledge, thick with the essence of magic that transcends time itself. Here, in the Hall of Prophecy, thousands of silvery orbs rest upon endless shelves that stretch into darkness, each one pulsing with a gentle, ethereal light that speaks of futures both terrible and wonderful. A prophecy, in the truest magical sense, is far more than mere prediction or educated guessing. While fortune tellers at country fairs might claim to see your future in tea leaves or crystal balls, a genuine prophecy emerges from something altogether more profound and mysterious. True prophecy springs from what magical theorists call the deep sight, a rare gift that allows certain individuals to pierce the veil between what is and what might be, accessing knowledge that exists beyond the normal flow of time. The wizarding world has long recognized the distinction between those who practice divination as an art and those blessed or cursed with the authentic gift of prophecy. Professor McGonagall herself once described divination as the most imprecise of magical branches, noting that true seers are exceptionally rare. This rarity makes authentic prophecy all the more precious and terrifying, for when the gift manifests, it often brings with it visions of events that will reshape the magical world in ways both profound and irreversible. Consider the nature of these prophetic visions as they occur. A true seer does not simply sit quietly and receive pleasant glimpses of tomorrow's weather or next week's Quidditch results. Instead, the experience of genuine prophecy appears to overtake the seer entirely, transforming them into a vessel through which cosmic knowledge flows. Witnesses describe the seer's eyes becoming unfocused, their voice taking on an otherworldly quality that seems to emanate from some place far beyond their physical form. The words that emerge during these moments carry a weight and authority that ordinary speech cannot match, as if the very fabric of destiny speaks through mortal lips. In the Department of Mysteries, these precious moments of prophecy are captured and preserved within specially enchanted orbs that glow with soft, pearlescent light. Each prophecy orb contains not merely the words spoken during the vision, but something of the magical essence of the prophecy itself. The orbs respond only to those whom the prophecy concerns, remaining inert and protected when handled by others. This magical protection ensures that prophecies reach only those destined to hear them, though the wisdom of such restrictions becomes questionable when we consider how the knowledge of prophecy can drive individuals toward the very fates they seek to avoid. The Hall of Prophecy itself represents one of the most fascinating aspects of the Department of Mysteries. Row upon row of shelves stretch into shadows that seem to swallow light itself, creating a labyrinthine repository of futures both fulfilled and yet to come. Some prophecies rest in orbs that glow brightly, their time of fulfillment drawing near, while others emit only the faintest glimmer, their appointed moments perhaps centuries away. The unspeakables who tend this sacred collection move through the aisles like guardians of time itself, their silent footsteps and concealed faces adding to the otherworldly atmosphere of this repository of destiny. What makes a prophecy different from other forms of magical prediction lies in its connection to the deepest currents of magical energy that flow through the universe. While a competent witch or wizard might use divination techniques to glimpse probable futures or identify emerging patterns, prophecy transcends probability and touches upon inevitability. A prophecy speaks not of what might happen, but of what will happen, though the interpretation and understanding of these cosmic declarations often proves as challenging as the prophecy itself is certain. The language of prophecy tends toward the symbolic and metaphorical, requiring careful interpretation to understand its true meaning. Ancient magical texts describe prophecy as the universe's way of maintaining balance, ensuring that crucial events unfold according to some greater cosmic design. This perspective suggests that prophecies serve not merely as warnings or promises, but as essential components in the grand tapestry of magical existence, threads that help weave together the pattern of destiny itself. The burden carried by those who possess the gift of true prophecy cannot be overstated. To glimpse the future, particularly when that future contains tragedy or loss, creates a terrible weight of responsibility. Some seers throughout history have been driven to madness by their visions, unable to bear the knowledge of events they cannot prevent or change. Others have retreated from the world entirely, seeking solitude where their gift cannot torment them with unwanted glimpses of tomorrow's sorrows. Yet prophecy also serves as a beacon of hope in the darkest times. Throughout magical history, prophecies have announced the coming of heroes, the end of dark periods, and the birth of new ages of peace and prosperity. The very existence of prophecy suggests that even in the bleakest circumstances, the future holds the promise of redemption and renewal. This duality of prophecy, carrying both warning and promise, makes it one of the most powerful and feared forms of magic known to wizardkind. As we consider the nature of prophecy in the magical world, we must also acknowledge its relationship to choice and free will. While prophecies speak of events that will come to pass, they do not necessarily dictate every detail of how those events unfold. The choices made by those involved in prophetic events can influence the manner of fulfillment, even when they cannot alter the fundamental outcome. This interplay between destiny and decision creates a complex web of causation that even the wisest magical theorists struggle to fully comprehend. The study of prophecy remains one of the most mysterious branches of magical research, conducted primarily by the unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries. Their work involves not only the preservation and protection of existing prophecies, but also the investigation of how prophetic magic functions and why certain individuals develop the gift of sight. This research proceeds slowly and carefully, for tampering with the mechanisms of prophecy could have consequences that ripple through time itself. As the night deepens around us and we prepare to continue our exploration of prophetic magic, consider this question: if you possessed the ability to see one moment from your own future, would you choose to look, knowing that the knowledge might burden you with the weight of inevitability? Or would you prefer to walk forward into tomorrow with hope unclouded by certainty? Chapter 2. The Oracle Tradition. In the mists of magical antiquity, long before Hogwarts rose from Scottish soil, and centuries before the Ministry of Magic established its careful bureaucracy, ancient wizarding cultures across the world recognized and revered those blessed with the gift of prophecy. Tonight, as starlight filters through our window, and the world settles into peaceful slumber, we journey back through the annals of magical history to explore the rich tradition of oracles and seers, whose voices echoed across millennia, shaping the course of wizarding civilization with their otherworldly insights. Picture, if you will, the ancient magical settlements that once dotted the Mediterranean coastline, where Greek wizards built marble temples dedicated to the cultivation and preservation of prophetic gifts. Here, in sacred groves where olive trees whispered secrets to the wind. The first organized communities of seers established traditions that would influence magical society for thousands of years. These early oracles did not simply possess the gift of sight. They were trained from childhood in the sacred arts of prophecy, learning to interpret the cosmic currents that flow through the magical world like underground rivers of pure knowledge. The Oracle of Delphi, known even to Muggle historians, represented merely the most famous of many prophetic traditions that flourished in the ancient magical world. What Muggle scholars could never fully understand was that the mysterious vapors rising from the earth beneath the temple carried genuine magical properties, enhancing the natural gifts of those already blessed with the sight. The Pythia, as these sacred seers were known, would breathe in these mystical fumes and enter trances so profound that their prophecies were said to echo in the minds of listeners for years afterward. These ancient Greek magical communities established many of the protocols still used today in the handling and preservation of prophecies. They developed the first enchanted vessels capable of capturing and storing prophetic utterances, primitive predecessors to the glowing orbs that now fill the shelves of the Department of Mysteries. Made from specially prepared crystal infused with phoenix song and unicorn tears, these vessels could preserve not only the words of prophecy, but something of the magical resonance that accompanied them, ensuring that future generations could experience the full power of the prophetic vision. Far to the east, in the mystical highlands of Tibet, ancient magical monasteries housed communities of seers who approached prophecy as a form of spiritual discipline rather than divine gift. These contemplative wizards believed that the ability to see beyond the present moment represented the highest form of magical achievement, requiring decades of meditation and study to master. They developed intricate techniques for entering prophetic trances at will, using combinations of rare incense, crystalline formations, and carefully orchestrated magical rituals to pierce the veil between present and future. The Tibetan tradition emphasized the collaborative nature of prophecy, with groups of seers working together to interpret and understand the visions they received. They believed that prophecy was too important and too dangerous to be left to individual interpretation, requiring the wisdom of many minds to properly comprehend the cosmic messages they received. This approach created some of the most detailed and accurate prophetic records in magical history, with each vision subjected to careful analysis and cross-reference with other prophetic traditions. In the emerald forests of ancient Celtic Britain, Druid seers practiced a form of prophecy intimately connected to the natural world around them. These magical practitioners believed that the future could be read in the patterns of wind through sacred oak groves, the flight of ravens across moonlit skies, and the whisper of water over ancient stones. Their prophecies often took the form of riddles and symbolic language that required deep knowledge of natural magic to properly understand, creating a tradition of prophetic interpretation that influenced British magical education for centuries. The Celtic approach to prophecy emphasized the cyclical nature of time and the interconnectedness of all magical life. Their seers spoke of futures that spiraled rather than proceeded in straight lines, with events echoing across generations and magical bloodlines. This perspective proved remarkably accurate in predicting the rise and fall of magical dynasties, the emergence of powerful artifacts, and the recurring patterns of light and darkness that seem to characterize wizarding history. Egyptian magical society developed perhaps the most sophisticated system for training and supporting seers that the ancient world ever knew. Within the great magical temples that stood alongside their Muggle counterparts, Egyptian wizards established schools dedicated entirely to the prophetic arts. Young witches and wizards showing signs of the sight were brought to these institutions where they received training, not only in developing their gift, but in the critical arts of interpretation and communication. The Egyptian seers were renowned for their ability to create permanent records of their prophecies, using magical hieroglyphs that could capture and preserve prophetic visions with stunning clarity. These hieroglyphic prophecies were carved into specially prepared stone tablets that would glow with soft golden light whenever the events they described drew near to fulfillment, Many of these ancient tablets remain in the deepest vaults of magical institutions around the world, their prophecies still awaiting their appointed times. What made the Egyptian approach particularly remarkable was their understanding of prophecy as a form of magical communication across time. They believed that seers served as conduits through which the wisdom of past and future could flow into the present moment, making them essential bridges between the accumulated knowledge of their ancestors and the needs of future generations. This perspective led to the development of prophetic lineages, with the gift of sight carefully cultivated and passed down through specific magical families over many centuries. The Roman magical empire brought a more practical approach to the cultivation of prophetic talent, establishing the first formal governmental positions for seers and creating official protocols for the handling of state prophecies. Roman magical officials recognized that prophecy could serve as a valuable tool for planning and preparation, allowing magical society to anticipate and prepare for challenges before they fully manifested. This pragmatic approach influenced the later development of the Department of Mysteries and the formal recognition of prophecy within modern magical government. Roman seers were organized into colleges, professional associations that provided training, support, and quality control for those practicing the prophetic arts. These colleges established the first formal criteria for distinguishing between genuine prophecy and mere fortune-telling, creating standards that helped protect both seers and those who sought their counsel from the dangers of false or misinterpreted predictions. The influence of these ancient Roman institutions can still be seen in the careful protocols that govern the handling of prophecy in contemporary magical society. In the vast expanses of ancient China, magical seers developed a tradition of prophecy closely connected to the philosophical understanding of cosmic balance and harmony. Chinese prophetic magic emphasized the importance of timing and context in interpreting visions, teaching that the same prophetic image might carry entirely different meanings depending on when and how it was received. This nuanced approach to prophetic interpretation influenced magical thinking throughout Asia and contributed to some of the most sophisticated magical calendar systems ever developed. The Chinese tradition also pioneered the use of prophetic genealogies, detailed family trees that tracked the inheritance and development of sight through magical bloodlines. These careful records allowed Chinese magical society to identify potential seers early in their development and provide appropriate training and support. Many of the most powerful prophetic families in the modern magical world can trace their lineages back to these ancient Chinese records. As we trace these various traditions of prophetic magic across cultures and centuries, we see how the ancient world recognized and nurtured the precious gift of sight in ways that modern magical society sometimes struggles to match. These early civilizations understood that prophecy represented one of the most valuable and dangerous forms of magic, requiring careful cultivation, wise interpretation, and respectful preservation. The legacy of these ancient oracle traditions lives on in the modern magical world, influencing everything from the design of the Hall of Prophecy to the training provided to contemporary seers. The wisdom of ancient practitioners reminds us that prophecy serves not merely as a window into the future, but as a sacred trust that connects past, present, and future in the eternal dance of magical existence. As we reflect on these ancient traditions of prophetic wisdom, consider this: what wisdom from these long-ago oracle traditions might help modern magical society better understand and support those blessed with the challenging gift of sight. Chapter 3: The Mechanism of True Sight. In the hushed chambers where magical theorists pursue their most profound research, few subjects inspire more fascination and bewilderment than the actual mechanics of prophetic vision. As we settle deeper into the tranquil embrace of evening, with shadows lengthening across ancient texts and candlelight dancing across weathered pages, let us explore the mysterious processes that allow certain gifted individuals to transcend the boundaries of present time and glimpse the threads of destiny as they weave through the cosmic tapestry of existence. Imagine yourself in the deepest archives of magical knowledge, where centuries of careful observation and study have attempted to understand how the human mind can suddenly access information that exists beyond the normal flow of time. The answer, as magical theorists have discovered through painstaking research, lies in the unique structure of magical consciousness itself and its relationship to what scholars term the temporal confluence, those mysterious intersections where past, present, and future briefly merge into a single moment of cosmic clarity. The process of true prophetic vision begins not with conscious effort or deliberate magical casting, but with a fundamental shift in the seer's magical awareness. Those who have studied authentic prophecy describe it as a sudden expansion of consciousness that reaches beyond the individual mind and touches upon the vast network of magical energy that connects all living things across time. This expansion occurs spontaneously, often without warning, transforming the seer from an ordinary magical person into a temporary conduit for cosmic knowledge. During the onset of true prophecy, witnesses report dramatic changes in the seer's physical presence and demeanor. The eyes, normally focused on the immediate surroundings, become distant and unfocused, as if looking through the present moment into realms invisible to ordinary sight. The voice undergoes an even more remarkable transformation, taking on qualities that seem to emerge from somewhere far beyond the individual speaking. Words flow with an authority and resonance that ordinary speech cannot match, carrying vibrations that seem to echo with the weight of absolute truth. Magical researchers have identified several distinct phases in the prophetic process, each characterized by specific magical and physical phenomena. The initial phase, known as the opening, occurs when the seer's magical consciousness begins to expand beyond normal boundaries. During this phase, the magical aura surrounding the seer intensifies dramatically, sometimes becoming visible even to those without special training in magical sight. The air around a seer in the opening phase often shimmers with otherworldly energy, and sensitive magical instruments have detected fluctuations in local magical fields that suggest connections to temporal currents far beyond ordinary magical reach. The second phase, called the immersion, represents the moment when the seer's consciousness fully enters the prophetic state. Here, individual awareness temporarily dissolves, replaced by a direct connection to the cosmic forces that govern destiny and fate. Witnesses describe this phase as deeply unsettling, as the seer appears to become someone entirely different, their familiar personality submerged beneath the weight of prophetic vision. The words that emerge during immersion carry such authority that even skeptical listeners find themselves compelled to accept their truth. The final phase, known as the utterance, occurs when the prophetic vision takes verbal form. The words spoken during this phase possess unique magical properties that ordinary speech lacks entirely. Each syllable carries resonances that seem to vibrate through multiple layers of reality simultaneously, creating echoes that can be felt long after the prophecy concludes. These words often arrange themselves in patterns that transcend normal language, employing symbolic structures and metaphorical frameworks that require careful interpretation to fully understand. What makes prophetic utterances particularly fascinating to magical theorists is their relationship to the concept of magical inevitability. Unlike predictions based on careful analysis of existing conditions, true prophecies speak of events that possess a kind of cosmic momentum, outcomes that have become woven so deeply into the fabric of magical reality that they cannot be prevented or avoided. This inevitability does not eliminate choice or free will, but rather suggests that certain crucial events serve as anchor points around which the currents of destiny flow. The question of why some prophecies appear to be self-fulfilling has puzzled magical scholars for centuries. Careful study has revealed that knowledge of a prophecy can indeed influence the behavior of those it concerns, sometimes in ways that actually bring about the predicted events. This phenomenon, known as prophetic recursion, occurs when awareness of a future event creates the very conditions necessary for that event to occur. The prophecy concerning Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort provides a perfect example of this principle, as Voldemort's attempt to prevent the prophecy's fulfillment actually ensured that it would come to pass exactly as foretold. However, not all prophecies operate through such recursive mechanisms. Many prophetic visions describe events that would occur regardless of whether anyone knew about them in advance. These prophecies, termed absolute declarations by magical theorists, appear to describe outcomes that have become so firmly established in the cosmic order that no amount of foreknowledge or intervention can alter them. The distinction between recursive and absolute prophecies requires careful analysis by skilled interpreters, as mistaking one type for the other can lead to tragic misunderstandings. The magical energy that powers prophetic vision appears to draw from sources far beyond the individual seer's personal magical reserves. Measurements taken during authentic prophetic episodes reveal massive fluctuations in local magical fields, suggesting that true prophecy taps into fundamental forces that permeate the entire magical universe. Some theorists propose that prophecy represents a form of magical resonance with what they term the universal memory, a cosmic repository of information that exists outside normal temporal boundaries. This connection to universal memory would explain several puzzling aspects of prophetic vision, including why seers often receive information about events occurring in distant locations or involving people they have never met. If prophecy indeed provides access to a cosmic database of information, then geographical and personal limitations would naturally become irrelevant during prophetic episodes. The seer would temporarily become a reader of universal records rather than merely a predictor of probable futures. The physical toll of authentic prophetic vision cannot be overlooked in any serious study of the phenomenon. Most seers report feeling completely drained after experiencing true prophecy, as if the process has temporarily depleted their magical energy entirely. Some describe the sensation as having their individual consciousness stretched across vast distances of time and space, leaving them feeling fragmented and disoriented when ordinary awareness returns. This exhaustion often lasts for hours or even days, suggesting that prophetic vision requires enormous expenditure of magical energy. More troubling still is the psychological impact of repeated prophetic episodes. Many authentic seers throughout history have struggled with the burden of possessing knowledge they cannot share or act upon effectively. The isolation that comes with seeing futures that others cannot perceive has driven some seers to withdraw from society entirely, seeking solitude where their gift cannot torment them with unwanted glimpses of tomorrow's tragedies. Others have reported feeling like strangers in their own lives, constantly aware of how present events connect to future outcomes that remain invisible to everyone around them. The study of prophetic mechanisms has also revealed fascinating insights into the nature of time itself within the magical universe. Rather than flowing in a simple linear progression from past to future, time appears to possess a complex structure with multiple layers and interconnections that allow information to flow in directions that ordinary physics would consider impossible. Prophecy may represent one of the few ways that conscious minds can access these deeper temporal currents, providing glimpses of the underlying structure that supports all magical existence. Understanding these mechanisms helps explain why authentic prophecy remains so rare and precious within magical society. The combination of specific magical gifts, appropriate triggering conditions, and cosmic timing required for true prophetic vision creates a confluence of factors that occurs only occasionally, even among those born with natural sight. This rarity makes each genuine prophecy a treasure of immeasurable value, worthy of the careful preservation and protection provided by institutions like the Department of Mysteries. As we contemplate these profound mechanisms that govern prophetic vision, we begin to appreciate both the wonder and the burden that accompanies the gift of sight. The ability to transcend temporal boundaries and glimpse the cosmic patterns that shape destiny represents one of the most remarkable capabilities possessed by magical consciousness, yet it comes with costs that few would willingly choose to bear. In the gentle quiet of this contemplative evening, as we consider the mysterious process, sithas that allow glimpses of tomorrow to illuminate today, reflect upon this question. If the mechanism of prophecy reveals that future events possess their own form of magical reality, what does this suggest about the nature of choice and responsibility in a universe where destiny and free will dance together in patterns too complex for ordinary understanding? Chapter 4. Professor Trelawney's Gift. In the shadowed tower of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, behind a circular trapdoor that opens onto a ladder, leading to realms of mystical contemplation, dwells one of the most misunderstood figures in modern magical education. As we draw closer to the heart of night, with moonbeams casting silver patterns through diamond-paned windows, let us ascend those narrow steps to explore the extraordinary story of Professor Sybil Trelawney, whose delicate frame houses one of the most authentic gifts of prophecy to manifest in recent magical history. Picture the North Tower classroom, where Professor Trelawney conducts her divination lessons, a circular chamber suffused with the warm glow of countless candles and thick with the heady perfume of incense that seems to carry whispers of distant futures. Here, among overstuffed armchairs and small circular tables laden with crystal balls, teacups and tarot cards, sits a woman whose appearance suggests fragility, but whose magical lineage carries the weight of prophetic tradition stretching back through generations of gifted seers. Sybil Patricia Trelawney represents the culmination of a bloodline renowned throughout magical Britain for its connection to the mystical arts. Her great-great-grandmother, the celebrated Cassandra Trelawney, earned recognition as one of the most gifted seers of the 19th century, her predictions proving so accurate that the Ministry of Magic consulted her regularly on matters of national importance. This ancestral gift flows through the Trelawney family, like an underground river, surfacing unpredictably in each generation, but always carrying the same unmistakable signature of authentic prophetic power. The burden of inherited sight weighs heavily upon those born into such magical bloodlines. From childhood, Sybil displayed the telltale signs of emerging prophetic ability, vivid dreams that seemed to echo with future events, moments of inexplicable knowing that proved disturbingly accurate, and a sensitivity to the currents of destiny that often left her feeling overwhelmed by sensations she could not fully understand or control. These early manifestations of her gift created a sense of isolation that would follow her throughout her life, marking her as different even within the magical community, where unusual abilities are generally accepted and celebrated. The development of Professor Trelawney's prophetic abilities followed patterns well documented in magical families, blessed with hereditary sight. During her years at Hogwarts as a student, her gift remained largely dormant, manifesting only occasionally through particularly vivid dreams or sudden flashes of inexplicable knowledge. This dormancy proved both blessing and curse, allowing her to complete her education without the overwhelming burden of constant prophetic visions, while simultaneously creating doubt about whether she had truly inherited the family gift. It was not until her early adulthood that Professor Trelawney's true prophetic abilities fully awakened, emerging with a power and clarity that both validated her ancestral heritage and forever changed the course of her life. The circumstances surrounding her first major prophecy remain shrouded in the secrecy that typically surrounds such momentous events, but the effects of that vision rippled through the magical world in ways that continue to influence wizarding society to this day. The prophecy that established Professor Trelawney's reputation as an authentic seer emerged during what appeared to be a routine job interview for the position of divination teacher at Hogwarts School. Albus Dumbledore, seeking to fill the position left vacant by the departure of the previous instructor, met with the young Sybil Trelawney in a private room at the Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade. What began as a conventional interview transformed into something far more significant when the ancient gift that slumbered in her bloodline suddenly awakened with devastating clarity. Witnesses to that fateful evening describe a transformation that seemed to overtake Professor Trelawney entirely. Her normally somewhat vague and fluttering demeanor vanished, replaced by a presence of unmistakable authority and power. Her voice, usually soft and uncertain, became resonant with cosmic knowledge as she spoke words that would shape the destiny of the magical world for years to come. The prophecy that emerged from her lips that night concerned a child who would be born at the end of July, born to parents who had thrice defied the Dark Lord, and who would possess power that the Dark Lord knew not. The immediate aftermath of this prophetic vision left Professor Trelawney with no memory of what she had spoken, a characteristic feature of authentic prophecy that protects seers from the full psychological impact of the cosmic knowledge they channel. She returned to ordinary consciousness to find Professor Dumbledore, regarding her with a mixture of wonder and grave concern, though the full implications of her words would not become apparent until much later. The position at Hogwarts was immediately offered to her, not merely for her teaching qualifications, but as a means of providing protection for someone who had suddenly become one of the most important figures in the brewing conflict against dark forces. The second major prophecy attributed to Professor Trelawney emerged years later during what appeared to be an ordinary divination lesson, though once again the authentic gift manifested without warning or conscious control. This second vision concerning the return of Lord Voldemort and the role that would be played by his servant demonstrated the unpredictable nature of true prophetic ability. Even those blessed with authentic sight cannot summon their gift at will. It emerges according to cosmic timing that transcends individual desire or intention. What makes Professor Trelawney's case particularly fascinating to students of prophetic magic is the contrast between her moments of true sight and her ordinary teaching methods. During regular divination lessons, she employs the traditional techniques of crystal gazing, tea leaf reading, and dream interpretation, with results that rarely rise above educated guessing or theatrical performance. This disparity has led some to question the authenticity of her gift, failing to understand that true prophecy operates according to principles entirely different from conventional divination techniques. The burden of possessing authentic prophetic ability, while lacking conscious control over its manifestation, has shaped every aspect of Professor Trelawney's life and career. She exists in a constant state of uncertainty, never knowing when the ancient gift might awaken and transform her into a vessel for cosmic knowledge. This uncertainty has contributed to the somewhat eccentric persona she has developed, a protective mechanism that allows her to navigate a world where others expect prophetic insights she cannot consciously provide. The isolation experienced by Professor Trelawney reflects a common challenge faced by authentic seers throughout magical history. Colleagues and students often approach her with a mixture of curiosity, skepticism, and fear, unsure whether they are encountering a genuine oracle or simply an eccentric teacher with a flair for dramatic presentation. This ambiguity serves a protective function, shielding her from the overwhelming attention that would accompany widespread recognition of her true abilities, while allowing her to maintain some semblance of normal social interaction. The psychological cost of serving as a conduit for prophetic knowledge extends far beyond the moments of actual vision. Professor Trelawney lives with the constant awareness that she might suddenly become witness to futures too terrible to contemplate, knowledge that she would be powerless to prevent or alter. This awareness has instilled in her a deep sense of fatalism and resignation that colors her approach to life and contributes to the melancholy that often underlies her theatrical mannerisms. Her teaching style reflects this complex relationship with prophetic knowledge, rather than claiming infallibility or demanding unquestioning belief from her students. Professor Trelawney approaches divination with a combination of genuine reverence for the mystical arts and realistic understanding of their limitations. She recognizes that most divination techniques provide at best glimpses of probability rather than certain knowledge of future events, and she attempts to instill in her students both respect for genuine prophetic ability and healthy skepticism toward false claims of supernatural insight. The protective measures that surround Professor Trelawney at Hogwarts reflect the recognition by magical authorities of her true importance to the wizarding world. While her position as divination teacher provides legitimate cover for her presence at the school, it also ensures that she remains under the watchful protection of some of the most powerful magical defenses in Britain. This protection has proved essential, as those who would seek to exploit or eliminate authentic seers pose a constant threat to individuals whose gifts make them valuable targets for dark forces. The legacy of Professor Trelawney's prophetic contributions extends far beyond the specific visions she has delivered. Her presence at Hogwarts serves as a living reminder that authentic prophetic ability continues to manifest in the modern magical world, carrying forward traditions that stretch back through millennia of human civilization. She represents both the wonder and the burden of possessing gifts that transcend ordinary magical abilities, serving as a bridge between the mystical traditions of ancient seers and the practical needs of contemporary wizarding society. As we contemplate the remarkable story of Professor Trelawney and her family's legacy of prophetic sight, we gain deeper appreciation for the complexity and responsibility that accompanies authentic visionary gifts. Her life illustrates both the profound importance of true prophecy in shaping magical history and the personal costs borne by those chosen to serve as conduits for cosmic knowledge. In this moment of quiet reflection, as we consider the burden and blessing of authentic prophetic ability, ponder this question: how might Professor Trelawney's experience of living between moments of cosmic clarity and ordinary uncertainty reflect the broader challenge of navigating a world where destiny and choice interweave in patterns too complex for mortal understanding? Chapter 5: The Prophecy of the Chosen One. In the depths of the Department of Mysteries, among thousands of softly glowing prophecy orbs that line endless shelves stretching into shadow, one particular sphere once held within its crystalline depths the words that would determine the fate of the entire wizarding world. As we settle into the deepening quiet of evening, with stars beginning their eternal watch above, let us examine the most consequential prophecy of modern magical history. The vision that spoke of a chosen one born to challenge the darkest wizard of our time, and forever changed the lives of everyone it touched. Imagine the weight of destiny contained within those few short verses, prophecy distilled into words that carried the power to topple kingdoms and reshape the very foundations of magical society. The prophecy that emerged from Professor Trelawney's lips on that fateful evening in 1980 spoke with the unmistakable authority of authentic vision, its words chosen not by human consciousness, but by the cosmic forces that weave the patterns of fate itself. Each syllable resonated with the weight of absolute truth, creating ripples through time that would influence events for decades to come. The prophecy began with temporal specificity that would prove crucial to its interpretation and fulfillment. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. These opening words established both the proximity of the prophesied events and the nature of the conflict they described. The use of approaches rather than will come, or shall arrive, suggested immediacy, indicating that the cosmic machinery of destiny had already begun to move toward the moment of confrontation between light and darkness. The second verse provided specific details that would allow the prophecy's subjects to be identified. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. This precision reflects a characteristic feature of authentic prophecy, the inclusion of verifiable details that distinguish true vision from vague prediction. The requirement that the chosen one's parents must have thrice defied the Dark Lord narrowed the field of potential candidates significantly, while the temporal marker of the seventh month's end provided an additional filter for identification. But it was the prophecy's most mysterious element that would prove most crucial to understanding its ultimate meaning. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. These words spoke to the heart of the conflict between Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort, identifying not only the mechanism by which the Chosen One would be designated, but also hinting at the nature of the power that would ultimately prove decisive in their final confrontation. The tragic irony embedded within this prophecy illustrates one of the most profound aspects of prophetic magic, the tendency for those who seek to prevent prophetic fulfillment to become the very agents of its realization. Lord Voldemort's attempt to destroy the child mentioned in the prophecy created the exact conditions necessary for the prophecy to unfold precisely as foretold. His attack on baby Harry Potter provided the marking mentioned in the vision, while simultaneously demonstrating the power that the Dark Lord indeed knew not, the ancient magic of sacrificial love. When Lily Potter chose to die protecting her infant son, she activated magical protections so profound and ancient that even Lord Voldemort, for all his knowledge of dark magic, could not comprehend or counteract them. This sacrifice created a shield around Harry that would protect him throughout his childhood, and ultimately contribute to Voldemort's final defeat. The prophecy had spoken truly when it identified this as power the Dark Lord knew not, for love represented a form of magic that Voldemort had deliberately excised from his understanding of the magical world. The aftermath of that Halloween night in 1981 demonstrated another crucial aspect of prophetic fulfillment: the tendency for prophecies to create new realities rather than simply predict existing ones. Harry Potter's survival of the killing curse transformed him from an ordinary magical child into the boy who lived, a living symbol of hope and resistance, whose very existence would inspire others to continue fighting against dark forces. The prophecy had not merely predicted Voldemort's temporary defeat. It had created the conditions necessary for that defeat to occur. The incomplete nature of Severus Snape's knowledge of the prophecy adds another layer of complexity to its interpretation and effects. Having overheard only the first portion of the vision before being discovered and ejected from the inn, Snape carried to Voldemort a fragment that was accurate but incomplete. This partial knowledge proved sufficient to identify the prophecy's subject, but lacked the crucial context that might have altered Voldemort's response to the threat it described. The consequences of this incomplete intelligence demonstrate how prophecy can influence events through multiple pathways simultaneously. Snape's report led directly to Voldemort's decision to target the Potter family, while his subsequent remorse over his role in Lily Potter's death transformed him into a crucial ally for the forces of light. The prophecy thus orchestrated not only the protection of its chosen subject, but also the recruitment of one of the most valuable double agents in magical history. The preservation of this particular prophecy in the Department of Mysteries created additional complications as Harry Potter grew to maturity. The existence of a physical record meant that others could potentially access the full text of the vision, creating opportunities for both understanding and misunderstanding its true implications. Lord Voldemort's desperate attempts to retrieve the prophecy orb during Harry's 5th year at Hogwarts demonstrated his continued belief that additional knowledge might provide advantage in their ongoing conflict. The Battle of the Department of Mysteries, fought largely over possession of this single prophecy orb, illustrates the immense value that both sides placed on prophetic knowledge. For Voldemort, the prophecy represented either a roadmap to victory or intelligence about weaknesses he needed to address. For the Order of the Phoenix, protecting the prophecy meant preventing their enemy from gaining potentially crucial insight into Harry's nature and abilities. The irony that Harry himself ultimately learned the prophecy's contents through Professor Dumbledore, rather than the contested orb, demonstrates how destiny often achieves its purposes through unexpected pathways. The psychological impact of learning about the prophecy profoundly affected Harry Potter's understanding of his own identity and purpose. The knowledge that his entire life had been shaped by prophetic forces beyond his control created a burden of responsibility that few young wizards could comprehend, let alone bear with grace. The realization that he was destined to either kill or be killed by Lord Voldemort transformed his adolescent struggles with identity into an existential crisis of cosmic proportions. Yet the prophecy also provided Harry with a framework for understanding the strange events and connections that had characterized his life since infancy. The mysterious link between his mind and Voldemort's, the unusual circumstances of his survival, and the recurring confrontations between them all gained new meaning when viewed through the lens of prophetic destiny. Rather than simply being a victim of circumstance, Harry learned that he was a central figure in a cosmic drama that had been unfolding since before his birth. The interpretation of the prophecy's final element, either must die at the hand of the other for neither can live while the other survives, proved crucial to understanding the ultimate nature of Harry's destiny. This apparent death sentence actually contained within it the seeds of hope, for it established that the conflict between Harry and Voldemort would eventually reach a definitive conclusion. Rather than condemning Harry to eternal struggle, the prophecy promised that resolution was not only possible but inevitable. The fulfillment of this prophecy during the Battle of Hogwarts demonstrated the complex interplay between destiny and choice that characterizes all authentic prophetic visions. While the prophecy established the general framework within which events would unfold, the specific manner of its fulfillment depended upon the choices made by all the individuals involved. Harry's decision to walk willingly to what he believed would be his death, armed with knowledge of his connection to Voldemort through the Horcrux within him, created the precise conditions necessary for the prophecy's final fulfillment. The destruction of the Horcrux within Harry without killing Harry himself represented the ultimate resolution of the prophecy's apparent contradiction. In a sense, both Harry and Voldemort did die during their final confrontation. The Harry who contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul, and the Voldemort who depended upon that fragment for immortality. From the ashes of these deaths emerged a new Harry, freed from his unwilling connection to dark magic, and the final destruction of Voldemort, no longer anchored to life by his scattered soul fragments. As we reflect upon this most famous of modern prophecies, we see how its fulfillment required not only the cosmic forces of destiny, but also the conscious choices of countless individuals who chose to act with courage, love, and sacrifice. The prophecy provided the framework, but human agency filled in the details, creating a tapestry of cause and effect that demonstrated both the power of prophetic vision and the essential role of free will in shaping magical history. In the gentle stillness of this contemplative hour, as we consider how a few prophetic words spoken in a simple inn could reshape the entire wizarding world, reflect upon this question: what does the ultimate fulfillment of the Chosen One prophecy reveal about the relationship between cosmic destiny and individual choice in determining the outcome of conflicts between good and evil? Chapter 6. Ancient Prophecies, Lost to Time. Deep beneath the bustling corridors of the Ministry of Magic, in chambers where silence reigns eternal and shadows hold secrets older than memory, rest thousands upon thousands of prophecy orbs whose appointed hours have yet to arrive. As the night deepens around us and distant thunder whispers promises of approaching storms, let us descend into the mysterious Hall of Prophecy, where the unspeakables tend to visions that span centuries, millennia, and perhaps even longer periods that stretch beyond human comprehension. Picture yourself walking among the towering shelves that disappear into darkness above and below, each one lined with row upon row of softly glowing orbs that pulse with the rhythm of sleeping prophecies. Some shine with brilliant light, their time of fulfillment drawing near, while others emit only the faintest glimmer, their destined moments perhaps centuries away. But it is the darkest orbs that capture our attention tonight. Those ancient prophecies whose light has faded to barely perceptible sparks, their meanings lost to time, and their subjects forgotten by all but the cosmic forces that preserve them. The Hall of Prophecy serves as more than merely a repository for prophetic visions. It functions as a temporal archive, where the future casts shadows backward through time, creating records of events that exist in potential rather than actuality. The oldest sections of this vast collection contain prophecies so ancient that their origins predate written magical history, spoken by seers whose names have been erased by the passage of countless years, but whose visions continue to wait patiently for their appointed moments of revelation. Among these ancient mysteries rests a collection that the unspeakables refer to as the primordial prophecies, visions so old that they may have been spoken during the earliest days of human magical consciousness. These orbs, darkened by age until their light is barely visible even in complete darkness, contain prophecies about the fundamental nature of magic itself, the origins of magical ability in human bloodlines, and cosmic events that may not occur for thousands of years beyond our current era. The study of these ancient prophecies presents unique challenges that have occupied generations of unspeakable researchers. Unlike modern prophecies, which can often be interpreted through careful analysis of contemporary events and personalities, the primordial prophecies speak in languages and symbols that have no clear connection to current magical understanding. They reference magical practices that may have been lost to history, describe creatures that may no longer exist, and speak of cosmic alignments that occur only once in geological ages. One particularly intriguing subset of ancient prophecies concerns what researchers term the founder visions, prophecies that appear to have been spoken during the era of Hogwarts' establishment, but which reference events far beyond the lifetimes of Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. These prophecies suggest that the founders possessed knowledge of their school's destiny that extended far beyond their immediate historical period, speaking of trials and triumphs that would test Hogwarts throughout centuries of magical education. The founder visions describe challenges that would face the school during periods of great magical upheaval, referencing dark wizards who would not emerge for centuries, and heroes who would arise to meet them. Some of these prophecies appear to have been fulfilled during the reign of Grindelwald, others during Voldemort's terror, while still others remain unfulfilled, their dim orbs suggesting futures that remain distant but inexorable. Perhaps even more mysterious are the prophecies that researchers classify as cosmic declarations, visions that appear to transcend individual human concerns and address the fundamental nature of magical existence itself. These ancient orbs speak of great magical cycles that span millennia, cosmic events that periodically reshape the relationship between magical and non-magical worlds, and transitions that may fundamentally alter the nature of magic itself. The cosmic declarations include prophecies about the eventual convergence of magical and non-magical knowledge, suggesting future periods when the barriers between these worlds may dissolve entirely. Other visions speak of great magical awakenings that will occur when certain celestial conditions align, potentially triggering the emergence of new forms of magical ability, or the return of ancient powers that have lain dormant for thousands of years. What makes these ancient prophecies particularly challenging to study is their tendency to exist in states of temporal flux that render conventional analysis nearly impossible. Unlike modern prophecies, which maintain consistent content from the moment of their utterance, some ancient orbs appear to shift and change over time, their contents evolving as cosmic conditions alter the probabilities of future events. This phenomenon, known as prophetic drift, suggests that the oldest visions may be adapting to changing circumstances in ways that maintain their essential truth, while adjusting their specific details. The unspeakables have developed specialized techniques for studying these mutable prophecies, using magical instruments that can detect and record the subtle changes that occur in ancient orbs over periods of decades or centuries. This long-term monitoring has revealed patterns of change that appear to follow cosmic rhythms connected to celestial movements, magical field fluctuations, and other phenomena that operate on scales far beyond human perception. Among the most enigmatic of the ancient collections are the prophecies classified as linguistic mysteries, visions spoken in languages that appear to predate any known magical tongue. These orbs glow with their own peculiar light, emitting sounds that seem to bypass the ears entirely and communicate directly with the magical consciousness of those who attempt to study them. The meanings conveyed through these direct transmissions often prove impossible to translate into conventional language, existing as pure conceptual knowledge that defies verbal expression. The linguistic mysteries have provided crucial insights into the evolution of magical consciousness throughout human history. They suggest that the earliest seers possessed forms of prophetic ability that transcended the limitations of language entirely, communicating cosmic knowledge through direct magical transmission rather than spoken words. This primitive but powerful form of prophecy may have been gradually replaced by verbal prophecy as magical society developed more sophisticated means of preserving and transmitting knowledge. The fate of unfulfilled prophecies presents another fascinating area of unspeakable research. While some prophecies await their appointed times with patient certainty, others appear to fade gradually as the conditions necessary for their fulfillment disappear from possibility. These dying prophecies create unique magical phenomena as their light slowly dims, releasing fragments of prophetic energy that can influence nearby orbs and occasionally triggering spontaneous visions in sensitive individuals who venture too close to the affected areas. The Department of Mysteries maintains special protocols for handling these fading prophecies, as their dissolution can create temporal instabilities that affect the entire collection. Unspeakables working in the affected sections report experiencing glimpses of alternate timelines, moments of prophetic confusion where multiple possible futures seem equally real, and occasionally, encounters with what appear to be the ghosts of futures that will never come to pass. Perhaps most intriguing of all are the prophecies that researchers term the meta-prophecies, ancient visions that appear to predict the emergence of future prophecies themselves. These orbs contain predictions about when and where specific seers will arise, what visions they will receive, and how their prophecies will influence the course of magical history. The existence of such prophecies suggests a level of cosmic organization that spans not merely individual events, but the entire structure of prophetic revelation itself. The meta-prophecies have proven invaluable in helping unspeakables prepare for major prophetic events before they occur. By studying these ancient predictions, researchers can sometimes identify periods when significant new prophecies are likely to emerge, allowing them to monitor potential seers and ensure that crucial visions are properly recorded and preserved. This predictive capability has enabled the Department of Mysteries to capture and protect some of the most important prophecies in modern magical history. The research conducted by the unspeakables into these ancient mysteries serves purposes that extend far beyond mere academic curiosity. Understanding the patterns and cycles revealed by ancient prophecies provides crucial insight into the long-term trends that shape magical civilization, allowing contemporary magical society to prepare for challenges and opportunities that may not fully manifest for generations to come. The study of prophetic drift has revealed that magical history follows certain recurring patterns, with periods of darkness and light, expansion and contraction, unity and division repeating in cycles that span centuries. By understanding these patterns, magical authorities can make more informed decisions about policies and preparations that will affect future generations, using ancient wisdom to guide contemporary choices. The preservation work conducted in the Hall of Prophecy represents one of the most crucial functions performed by the Department of Mysteries. Each ancient orb represents irreplaceable knowledge about the cosmic forces that shape magical existence, and the loss of even a single prophecy could deprive future generations of crucial guidance during periods of crisis or transition. As we contemplate these ancient mysteries sleeping in their darkened orbs, waiting patiently for their appointed moments of revelation, we gain deeper appreciation for the vast scope of prophetic knowledge and the patient dedication of those who preserve it for future generations. These forgotten visions remind us that prophecy operates on scales that dwarf individual human concerns, addressing cosmic rhythms and universal patterns that connect all magical existence across time and space. In the profound stillness of this contemplative evening, as we consider the countless ancient prophecies that await their destined hours, reflect upon this question: what wisdom might these sleeping visions hold about the ultimate destiny of magical civilization, and how might their eventual fulfillment transform our understanding of magic's role in the cosmic order? Chapter 7: Centaur Divination. Beneath the vast canopy of the forbidden forest, where ancient oaks stretch their gnarled branches towards star-filled skies, and moonlight filters through leaves that have witnessed centuries of magical secrets, dwells a race whose understanding of prophecy and divination follows pathways entirely different from human comprehension. As we settle deeper into the tranquil embrace of night, with constellations wheeling overhead in their eternal dance, let us venture into the sacred groves, where centaurs practice their ancient art of reading the future in the movements of celestial bodies and the whispered secrets of the natural world. Picture yourself standing in a moonlit clearing deep within the forest, where the centaur Firenze once gazed upward at the glittering tapestry of stars and spoke of Mars burning bright, foretelling times of war and conflict with an authority that came not from books or formal training, but from an understanding of cosmic patterns that stretches back through generations of centaur wisdom. Here, among beings whose very existence bridges the gap between human intelligence and natural instinct, prophecy takes forms that human minds can barely comprehend, operating according to principles that predate the establishment of wizarding civilization itself. The centaur approach to divination differs fundamentally from human methods in both scope and philosophy. Where human seers typically receive specific visions about individual events or particular people, centaur divination encompasses vast sweeps of time and cosmic significance that dwarf personal concerns. Centaurs read the future, not in moments but in movements, not in events but in epochs, interpreting the slow dance of planets and stars, as a language that speaks of destinies spanning decades, centuries, and even millennia. This cosmic perspective stems from the Centaur's unique relationship with time itself. Unlike humans who experience time as a linear progression from past through present to future, Centaurs perceive temporal flows as interconnected currents that eddy and swirl around significant events, creating patterns that can be read by those with the wisdom to interpret them. Their divination does not seek to predict specific outcomes so much as to understand the great forces that shape the direction of magical history over vast periods. The practice of Centaur astronomy extends far beyond the simple observation of celestial bodies. Centaur diviners spend decades learning to read the subtle interactions between planetary movements, stellar configurations, and the flow of magical energy through the natural world. They understand that each planet carries its own influence on earthly events, with Mars governing conflict and courage, Venus influencing love and harmony, and Jupiter bringing expansion and wisdom. But more than this, they perceive how these influences combine and interact to create complex patterns of cause and effect that ripple through time like stones cast into still water. The Centaur method of prophetic interpretation requires not only astronomical knowledge, but also deep understanding of natural cycles and their relationship to magical phenomena. Centaur diviners study the behavior of forest creatures, the patterns of weather and season, the growth and decay of plant life, and countless other natural indicators that humans typically overlook. They recognize that the same cosmic forces that move planets also influence the migration of birds, the blooming of flowers, and the stirring of magical creatures in their hidden lairs. This holistic approach to divination allows centaurs to perceive connections and patterns that escape human notice, where a human seer might receive a vision of a specific battle or the rise of a particular dark wizard. A centaur diviner reads these events as manifestations of larger cosmic cycles, understanding them within the context of great movements of light and darkness that have shaped magical history since its beginning. Their prophecies speak not of individual fates, but of the destiny of entire civilizations and the long-term consequences of choices made by countless individuals across generations. The centaur Ferencz's decision to teach divination at Hogwarts provided rare insight into the differences between centaur and human approaches to prophetic education. His lessons emphasized the importance of patience and perspective in understanding divination, teaching students to think in terms of years and decades rather than days and weeks. He spoke of how the same planetary configuration that might indicate immediate danger could also herald long-term positive changes, demonstrating the complexity of interpreting cosmic signs without the benefit of centaur wisdom accumulated over lifetimes of study. Ferencz's teaching methods revealed the centaur understanding that true divination requires not only knowledge, but also wisdom born of experience and contemplation. He showed students how to read the night sky as a vast book written in light and movement, each constellation telling stories of cosmic forces that influence earthly events in ways both subtle and profound. His lessons emphasized that divination was not about predicting specific future events, but about understanding the great currents of destiny that flow through the magical universe. The centaur concept of prophecy encompasses what they term the deep patterns, cosmic rhythms that operate on scales so vast that human lifespans can barely perceive their movements. These patterns include the rise and fall of magical civilizations, the cyclical emergence of great heroes and villains, and the periodic realignment of magical and natural forces that reshape the fundamental nature of magical existence. Centaur prophecy speaks to these deep patterns rather than to the surface events that capture human attention. One of the most profound aspects of centaur divination is their understanding of the relationship between choice and destiny. While human prophecy often seems to suggest that certain events are inevitable, centaur wisdom recognizes that the future exists as a vast web of possibilities, with each choice creating new pathways and eliminating others. Their divination seeks to understand the general direction of these choices, rather than to predict specific outcomes, recognizing that the cosmos shapes trends and tendencies rather than dictating precise events. This perspective allows centaurs to maintain hope even in the darkest times, understanding that apparent defeats and tragedies often serve larger purposes in the cosmic pattern. They read the rise of dark wizards like Voldemort, not merely as threats to be feared, but as necessary catalysts that inspire the emergence of heroes and the strengthening of bonds between those who fight for light. Their prophecies speak of how darkness ultimately serves to illuminate the value of light, and how conflict ultimately leads to stronger foundations for peace. The Centaur practice of collective divination represents another significant difference from human prophetic methods. While human seers typically receive visions in isolation, Centaur diviners often work together in ceremonies that combine the insights of multiple interpreters to create more complete and accurate understanding of cosmic messages. These gatherings, held during significant astronomical events like eclipses or planetary conjunctions, allow the Centaur community to pool their wisdom and arrive at interpretations that no individual could achieve alone. During these collective divination ceremonies, centaurs arrange themselves in patterns that mirror the celestial configurations they are studying, creating physical representations of cosmic relationships that enhance their ability to perceive and interpret heavenly influences. They use combinations of astronomy, astrology, and natural observation to build comprehensive pictures of future trends and possibilities, creating prophecies that speak to the destiny of the magical world as a whole, rather than to individual concerns. The accuracy of Centaur prophecy over long time periods has earned them grudging respect even from those who dismiss their methods as primitive or overly general. Historical records suggest that Centaur warnings about the rise of Grindelwald and later Voldemort preceded human awareness of these threats by decades, though the symbolic and general nature of Centaur prophecy made it difficult for humans to understand the specific implications of these warnings until events had already begun to unfold. This temporal displacement between Centaur prophecy and human understanding reflects fundamental differences in how the two races perceive time and causation. Centaurs see events as emerging from long chains of cause and effect that stretch back through decades or centuries, while humans tend to focus on immediate causes and short-term consequences. This difference in perspective means that Centaur prophecies often seem irrelevant or incomprehensible until hindsight reveals their profound accuracy and importance. The Centaur understanding of magical destiny encompasses not only individual choices, but also the collective consciousness of entire species and civilizations. They recognize that the magical world operates according to principles that transcend individual agency, with great movements of thought and feeling creating currents of influence that shape the possibilities available to future generations. Their divination seeks to understand these collective currents and their implications for the long-term development of magical civilization. The wisdom preserved in Centaur prophetic traditions offers valuable perspective on the relationship between natural and magical forces in shaping the future. Their understanding that magical events emerge from the same cosmic principles that govern planetary movements and natural cycles provides important insight into the fundamental unity underlying all existence. This holistic perspective suggests that true understanding of prophecy requires not only magical knowledge, but also deep appreciation for the natural world and our place within the greater cosmic order. As we reflect upon the Centaur approach to divination and prophecy, we gain appreciation for wisdom traditions that operate on scales far beyond immediate human concerns. Their patient observation of cosmic patterns and their understanding of the deep rhythms that shape magical history offer valuable perspective on our own place within the vast tapestry of existence that connects all living things across time and space. In the gentle quiet of this starlit evening, as we contemplate the ancient wisdom of Centaur divination and their patient reading of cosmic signs, consider this question: how might adopting the Centaur perspective of viewing individual events within the context of vast cosmic patterns change our understanding of our own roles in the unfolding story of magical civilization? Chapter 8: Crystal Balls and Scrying. In the hushed chambers where ancient magical practices continue their patient dance with destiny, few tools of divination command as much reverence and mystery as the crystal ball. that perfect sphere of polished stone that has served as a window into tomorrow for countless generations of seers and magical practitioners. As we settle into the deepening tranquility of night, with candlelight casting gentle shadows across weathered wooden tables, let us explore the sacred art of scrying, where skilled diviners peer through crystalline depths to glimpse fragments of future knowledge that shimmer like distant stars in the darkness of uncertainty. Picture yourself in Professor Trelawney's circular classroom in the North Tower of Hogwarts, where dozens of crystal balls rest upon small tables like captured moons, their surfaces reflecting the warm glow of countless candles while seeming to hold deeper mysteries within their transparent depths. Here, among the heavy perfume of incense and the whispered teachings of ancient tradition, students learn to gaze beyond the surface reflections and seek the subtle visions that sometimes emerge from properly prepared crystal spheres for those blessed with the sight to perceive them. The practice of crystal gazing, known more formally as crystallomancy or scrying, represents one of the oldest and most widely practiced forms of divination in the magical world. Archaeological evidence suggests that ancient wizards were polishing crystal spheres and using them for prophetic purposes thousands of years before the establishment of formal magical education, creating a tradition that has passed down through countless generations of diviners who recognized the unique properties that make certain crystals particularly suited for glimpsing future events. The creation of a proper scrying crystal requires far more than simply polishing a sphere of quartz or other transparent mineral. True scrying crystals must be prepared through elaborate magical processes that can take months or even years to complete, involving careful selection of appropriate raw materials, precise timing of enchantments according to lunar and planetary cycles, and the patient application of spells that enhance the crystal's natural ability to serve as a focus for prophetic energy. The finest scrying crystals begin their existence as naturally occurring formations found in locations where magical energy has concentrated over long periods. Cave systems where dragons once laired, underground chambers beneath ancient stone circles, and the depths of magical forests where powerful spells have been cast for centuries, all provide environments where crystals develop the unique properties necessary for effective divination. These locations imbue growing crystals with accumulated magical energy that creates ideal conditions for scrying applications. Master crystal preparers guard their techniques with careful secrecy, passing down methods through apprenticeships that can span decades of study and practice. The preparation process typically begins with careful examination of potential crystals under various magical conditions, testing their responsiveness to different forms of energy and their natural inclination toward prophetic resonance. Only crystals that demonstrate exceptional promise proceed to the complex stages of enhancement and refinement that transform ordinary minerals into tools capable of bridging the gap between present and future. The enchantment of scrying crystals involves layers of increasingly sophisticated magical work that must be applied with precision timing and absolute attention to detail. Initial enchantments focus on cleansing the crystal of any interfering energies and establishing its receptivity to prophetic influences. Subsequent layers add enhancement spells that amplify the crystal's natural properties, protection charms that prevent contamination by false visions, and focusing enchantments that help channel prophetic energy into visible manifestations within the crystal's depths. The most powerful scrying crystals undergo a final stage of preparation known as temporal attuning, a process that aligns the crystal's magical frequency with the cosmic currents that carry prophetic knowledge across time. This attuning requires the crystal to be exposed to specific astronomical configurations, while master enchanters weave complex spells that create permanent connections between the crystal and the temporal forces that govern prophetic vision. Crystals that successfully complete this process become capable of remarkable clarity and accuracy in revealing future events. The actual practice of crystal gazing requires not only a properly prepared crystal, but also extensive training in the mental disciplines necessary for effective scrying. Beginning practitioners often spend months learning to clear their minds of ordinary thoughts and concerns, creating the mental stillness necessary for perceiving the subtle visions that appear within scrying crystals. This preparation involves meditation techniques, breathing exercises, and concentration practices that help develop the focused awareness essential for successful divination. The physical environment where crystal gazing takes place significantly influences the quality and clarity of visions received. Most experienced scryers prefer dimly lit chambers where external distractions are minimized and the crystal can be illuminated by carefully positioned candles that create optimal conditions for vision manifestation. The temperature, humidity, and even the arrangement of furniture within the scrying chamber can affect the crystal's performance, requiring practitioners to maintain consistent environmental conditions for best results. The process of receiving visions through crystal gazing typically begins with a period of preparation where the scryer enters a meditative state while gazing into the crystal's depths. Initial stages often involve seeing only the crystal's internal structure, surface reflections, and the play of light within its transparent matrix. Gradually, as the scryer's consciousness aligns with prophetic currents, these ordinary visual elements fade and are replaced by images that appear to emerge from deep within the crystal itself. These prophetic visions manifest in various forms, depending on the scryer's natural abilities and the nature of the information being revealed. Some practitioners see clear, detailed scenes that play out like moving pictures within the crystal, showing specific events with remarkable precision and clarity. Others receive more symbolic or metaphorical images that require careful interpretation to understand their prophetic significance. Still others experience impressions or sensations rather than visual images, gaining knowledge through intuitive understanding rather than literal sight. The interpretation of crystal visions presents unique challenges that require not only natural psychic ability, but also extensive knowledge of symbolic language and metaphorical systems that appear in prophetic imagery. Many visions contain elements that represent broader concepts rather than literal events, requiring scryers to understand how personal symbols, cultural references, and universal archetypes combine to create meaningful prophetic messages. This interpretive skill often takes years to develop and represents one of the most difficult aspects of mastering crystal gazing. The accuracy and reliability of crystal ball divination varies considerably depending on numerous factors, including the quality of the crystal, the skill of the practitioner, the clarity of the question being asked, and the cosmic conditions present during the scrying session. Master scryers emphasize that crystal gazing works best when used to explore general trends and possibilities, rather than seeking specific details about precise future events. The technique excels at revealing the likely consequences of current choices and the potential outcomes of various courses of action. One of the most valuable aspects of crystal ball divination is its ability to reveal the interconnections between seemingly unrelated events and circumstances. Skilled scryers can use their crystals to perceive how current situations connect to future developments, understanding the chains of cause and effect that link present decisions to their eventual consequences. This capability makes crystal gazing particularly useful for making informed choices about important life decisions and understanding the broader implications of various options. The tradition of group scrying, where multiple practitioners work together with a single powerful crystal, represents an advanced application of crystal ball divination that can produce remarkably detailed and accurate visions. During group sessions, participants combine their psychic energies and interpretive abilities to achieve levels of clarity and insight that individual scryers rarely attain alone. These collaborative efforts require careful coordination and mutual trust among participants, but can yield prophetic information of extraordinary value and precision. Crystal balls used for scrying sometimes develop unique characteristics and personalities through extended use by skilled practitioners. Long-term partnerships between scryers and their crystals can create enhanced sensitivity and responsiveness that improves the quality of visions received over time. Some master scryers work with the same crystal for decades, developing relationships that approach the mystical bond between wizards and their wands, creating tools of exceptional power and reliability. The preservation and care of scrying crystals requires constant attention to their magical and physical condition. These delicate instruments can lose their prophetic abilities if exposed to inappropriate energies, physical damage, or neglect of their enhancement enchantments. Master scryers typically store their crystals in specially prepared containers that maintain optimal magical conditions and protect them from contamination by external influences that could interfere with their prophetic functions. Modern magical education includes crystal gazing and divination curricula primarily as an introduction to the principles and practices of scrying, rather than as serious training in professional prophetic work. The crystal balls used in classroom settings possess only basic enchantments and limited capabilities compared to the powerful instruments used by master practitioners, but they provide students with valuable exposure to the mental disciplines and interpretive skills essential for all forms of divination. The study of crystal ball divination offers insights into the broader principles that govern all forms of prophetic vision, demonstrating how properly prepared magical tools can serve as focuses for channeling and amplifying natural psychic abilities. Understanding the relationship between crystal properties, magical enhancement, and human consciousness provides valuable perspective on the mechanisms that underlie all successful divination practices. As we contemplate the ancient art of crystal gazing and its enduring role in magical divination, we gain appreciation for the careful balance of natural materials, magical enhancement, and human skill that creates effective tools for glimpsing future possibilities. The crystal ball represents not merely a fortune-telling device, but a sophisticated magical instrument that connects trained practitioners to the cosmic currents that carry prophetic knowledge across the boundaries of time. In the gentle glow of candlelight reflecting through crystalline depths, as we consider the patient work of countless scryers who have gazed into crystal spheres, seeking wisdom about tomorrow's possibilities, reflect upon this question: what does the enduring popularity of crystal ball divination throughout magical history reveal about the human desire to glimpse the future and our relationship with the mysterious forces that shape destiny? Chapter 9. Dream, Prophecies, and Visions. In the liminal realm between waking consciousness and deepest sleep, where the boundaries of time dissolve and the mind wanders through landscapes unbound by physical laws, some blessed or cursed individuals find themselves recipients of visions that pierce the veil between present and future. As we settle into the peaceful embrace of evening, with sleep beckoning from the soft comfort of pillows and blankets, let us explore the mysterious world of prophetic dreams, where tomorrow's truths visit sleeping minds with messages that can reshape the course of magical history. Picture yourself drifting into that twilight state between awareness and slumber, where conscious thought gives way to the deeper currents of magical consciousness that flow beneath ordinary perception. Here, in the realm of dreams where symbolism reigns supreme and linear time loses its meaning, certain gifted individuals receive visions that arrive not through deliberate scrying or formal prophecy, but through the natural processes of sleep and dream, that visit every magical person yet carry prophetic meaning for only a precious few. The phenomenon of prophetic dreaming represents one of the most accessible yet least understood forms of divination in the magical world. Unlike crystal gazing or formal prophecy, which require specialized training and preparation, prophetic dreams can visit anyone with sufficient magical sensitivity, arriving unbidden during ordinary sleep cycles, when the conscious mind releases its grip on immediate concerns and allows deeper awareness to emerge from the subconscious depths, where prophetic knowledge often resides. Throughout magical history, some of the most significant prophetic revelations have emerged not from formal seers in moments of cosmic trance, but from ordinary wizards and witches whose sleeping minds became temporary vessels for prophetic visions. These dream prophecies often possess a quality of immediacy and personal relevance that distinguishes them from more cosmic forms of prophetic vision, speaking directly to the dreamer's circumstances, while simultaneously revealing broader truths about future events that will affect the magical community as a whole. The magical theory underlying prophetic dreams suggests that during sleep, the human consciousness becomes more receptive to the temporal currents that carry information across time. When the active mind ceases its constant processing of immediate sensory input and social demands, deeper layers of magical awareness can emerge and establish connections with prophetic knowledge that remains inaccessible during normal waking consciousness. This natural opening creates opportunities for prophetic information to flow into sleeping minds through pathways that circumvent the barriers that typically prevent casual access to future knowledge. The most common form of prophetic dreaming involves what magical researchers term symbolic precognition, dreams that contain metaphorical representations of future events, rather than literal depictions of specific occurrences. These symbolic dreams require careful interpretation to understand their prophetic significance, as the sleeping mind typically translates future information into personal symbols and cultural references that reflect the dreamer's individual experience and background knowledge. A witch might dream of a burning tree that represents upcoming conflict in her community, or a wizard might envision a golden key that symbolizes an opportunity that will present itself in coming months. The interpretation of such symbolic dreams requires understanding not only universal symbolic meanings, but also the personal associations that specific images hold for individual dreamers. Master interpreters of dream prophecy spend years studying the relationships between symbolic imagery and future events, developing comprehensive systems for translating dream metaphors into practical prophetic guidance. More rarely, some individuals experience what researchers classify as direct prophetic dreams, visions that show future events with startling clarity and literal accuracy. These dreams often involve situations of great emotional significance to the dreamer, or events that will have profound impact on the magical community. The directness of these visions can make them easier to understand than symbolic dreams, but they also carry greater psychological burden for dreamers who must live with detailed knowledge of future tragedies or challenges they may be powerless to prevent. The case of Harry Potter's prophetic dreams during his connection to Lord Voldemort represents a unique variant of dream prophecy that magical theorists continue to study and debate. These visions, which showed Harry actual events as they occurred, rather than symbolic representations of future possibilities, demonstrated how magical connections between individuals can create pathways for direct transmission of sensory information across great distances. While not prophecy in the traditional sense, these dreams provided Harry with knowledge that proved crucial for understanding and ultimately defeating his enemy. The timing of prophetic dreams appears to follow patterns related to both personal magical cycles and broader cosmic influences that affect the entire magical community. Many experienced dream interpreters report that their most significant prophetic visions occur during specific lunar phases, particularly around the new moon, when the veil between conscious and unconscious awareness becomes thinnest. Seasonal transitions, magical holidays, and periods of high magical activity in the surrounding environment also seem to increase the likelihood of receiving prophetic dreams. The phenomenon of shared prophetic dreams presents particularly intriguing evidence for the reality of dream-based prophecy. Occasionally, multiple individuals who have never met report receiving virtually identical prophetic dreams on the same night, suggesting that some prophetic visions originate from sources external to individual consciousness and can simultaneously reach multiple receptive minds. These shared dreams often concern events of broad significance to the magical community and frequently prove remarkably accurate in their predictions. The interpretation of prophetic dreams requires understanding the unique language of the sleeping mind, which operates according to principles quite different from waking consciousness. Dream logic follows associative rather than linear patterns, connecting ideas and images through emotional resonance, symbolic similarity, and intuitive understanding rather than rational analysis. Successful dream interpretation must work within this associative framework, seeking connections and meanings that might seem nonsensical to waking logic, but carry profound significance within the context of dream consciousness. Professional dream interpreters often maintain extensive catalogs of symbolic meanings and their relationships to specific types of future events. These interpretive systems, developed through centuries of careful observation and documentation, provide frameworks for understanding the most common symbolic elements that appear in prophetic dreams. However, Master interpreters emphasize that successful dream analysis must also consider the individual dreamer's personal associations and cultural background, as the same symbol can carry entirely different meanings for different people. The emotional content of prophetic dreams often provides crucial clues about their interpretation and significance. Dreams that evoke strong feelings of fear, joy, urgency, or peace typically indicate prophecies concerning events that will have corresponding emotional impact when they occur in waking reality. The intensity of emotional response within the dream frequently correlates with the importance and immediacy of the prophetic information being conveyed, helping interpreters prioritize which visions require immediate attention and action. Recurring prophetic dreams represent another important category of dream-based divination that requires special interpretive techniques. When the same prophetic imagery appears repeatedly over weeks or months, it often indicates either that the predicted events are approaching rapidly, or that the dreamer needs to take specific action to influence the outcome of future events. These repetitive visions sometimes become more detailed or urgent as their fulfillment draws near, providing dreamers with increasingly specific guidance about timing and circumstances. The practice of dream journaling has become an essential tool for individuals who regularly receive prophetic dreams. By maintaining detailed records of dream content, emotional responses, and subsequent real-world events, dreamers can develop personal understanding of how their prophetic abilities manifest and improve their skill at recognizing and interpreting significant visions. These journals often reveal patterns of symbolic usage that are unique to individual dreamers, creating personalized interpretive keys that enhance the accuracy and usefulness of dream-based prophecy. The cultivation of prophetic dreaming abilities involves various techniques that magical practitioners have developed to increase their receptivity to dream-based visions. These methods include dietary modifications that affect sleep patterns, meditation practices that enhance dream recall and clarity, and the use of specific herbs and magical preparations that promote prophetic dreaming. However, experienced practitioners emphasize that authentic prophetic dreams cannot be forced or summoned at will. They emerge according to cosmic timing that transcends individual desire or effort. The psychological impact of regular prophetic dreaming can be significant, particularly for individuals who receive visions of tragic or disturbing future events. Support systems within the magical community help these individuals cope with the burden of prophetic knowledge, providing counseling and guidance from others who understand the unique challenges faced by those who receive unwanted glimpses of tomorrow's sorrows. These support networks emphasize the importance of maintaining perspective and emotional balance while living with prophetic awareness. The relationship between prophetic dreams and free will remains one of the most debated aspects of dream-based divination. Some visions appear to show inevitable future events that will occur regardless of any actions taken by those who receive the dreams, while others seem to reveal possible outcomes that can be influenced or prevented through appropriate intervention. Learning to distinguish between these different types of prophetic dreams represents a crucial skill for those who wish to use their visions constructively rather than simply enduring the burden of unwanted knowledge. Modern magical research into prophetic dreaming employs sophisticated techniques for monitoring and analyzing the magical fields present during significant dream episodes. These studies have revealed that authentic prophetic dreams are accompanied by distinctive patterns of magical energy that can be detected and measured using sensitive instruments. This research helps distinguish between ordinary dreams with coincidental similarity to future events and genuine prophetic visions that carry authentic foreknowledge. As we reflect upon the mysterious realm of prophetic dreams and their role in magical divination, we gain appreciation for the complex relationship between consciousness, sleep, and prophetic awareness that allows sleeping minds to access knowledge normally beyond human reach. The phenomenon of dream prophecy demonstrates that the boundaries between present and future are more permeable than ordinary experience suggests, particularly during those vulnerable moments when conscious control relaxes and deeper wisdom can emerge. In the gentle quiet of approaching sleep, as we consider how tomorrow's truths might visit our own dreams, with messages wrapped in symbolism and metaphor. Reflect upon this question. What might the prevalence of prophetic dreaming throughout magical history reveal about the role of sleep and dreams in connecting human consciousness to the deeper currents of destiny that flow through the universe? Chapter 10. The Price of Prophecy. In the shadowed corners of magical history, where the weight of tomorrow's knowledge presses heavily upon mortal minds, never meant to bear such burdens, we find the tragic figures of those blessed and cursed with the gift of true sight. As we draw deeper into the contemplative stillness of night, with darkness gathering around us like a protective embrace, let us explore the profound costs exacted by prophetic ability, examining how the privilege of glimpsing future events often transforms its recipients into isolated figures, walking the thin line between wisdom and madness. Picture the lonely figure of a seer, sitting in a dimly lit chamber surrounded by the tools of divination, yet separated from ordinary human companionship by the terrible weight of knowledge that no one else can share or fully understand. Here dwells someone who has seen the faces of children not yet born, witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms decades before they occur, and watched the approach of sorrows that will devastate communities, while being powerless to prevent them through direct action or clear warning. The psychological burden of authentic prophetic ability begins with the fundamental isolation that accompanies unique forms of perception. Seers experience reality in ways that differ profoundly from ordinary magical consciousness, seeing connections and patterns that remain invisible to others, while struggling to communicate visions that transcend conventional language and understanding. This perceptual difference creates a barrier between seers and their communities that often proves impossible to bridge, leaving even the most gifted prophets feeling like strangers in their own world. The experience of receiving prophetic visions carries its own traumatic weight that few outside the community of authentic seers can truly comprehend. During moments of true prophecy, the individual consciousness temporarily dissolves, replaced by cosmic awareness that encompasses knowledge spanning vast periods of time and countless lives. The return to ordinary awareness after such episodes often leaves seers feeling fragmented and disoriented, as if essential parts of their identity have been scattered across the temporal landscape they briefly inhabited. The content of prophetic visions frequently includes foreknowledge of tragedies, conflicts, and losses that will affect people the seer knows and cares about. Living with detailed knowledge of future suffering while being unable to prevent it through direct intervention creates a form of psychological torture that slowly erodes the mental stability of even the strongest individuals. Some seers report feeling like helpless observers of cosmic dramas in which they can see all the actors moving toward tragic conclusions, but cannot step onto the stage to alter the outcome. The phenomenon known as prophetic recursion adds another layer of complexity to the burden borne by seers. This occurs when attempts to share or act upon prophetic knowledge actually contribute to bringing about the predicted events, creating situations where the seer's efforts to help inadvertently cause the very suffering they sought to prevent. The awareness that their own actions might trigger prophetic fulfillment paralyzes many seers, leaving them uncertain whether sharing their visions will help or harm those they care about. The temporal displacement experienced by authentic seers contributes significantly to their reputation for eccentricity and apparent madness. When an individual possesses detailed knowledge of events that will not occur for years or decades, their behavior and concerns naturally seem disconnected from immediate reality to observers who lack prophetic awareness. Seers may express anxiety about dangers that appear non-existent, prepare for opportunities that seem impossible, or mourn losses that have not yet occurred in the experience of those around them. This temporal displacement often manifests in speech patterns and behavior that strike others as confused or nonsensical. A seer might refer to future events as if they had already occurred, speak of people in past tense who are still alive, or display emotional responses that seem entirely inappropriate to current circumstances. These behaviors, which represent natural reactions to prophetic knowledge, contribute to the widespread perception that authentic seers are mentally unstable or deliberately deceptive. The isolation experienced by seers extends beyond mere social awkwardness to encompass profound loneliness that comes from being unable to share their deepest experiences and concerns with others. The most significant aspects of a seer's life, their visions, fears, and understanding of future events, must often remain unspoken to avoid causing panic, despair, or disbelief among those who would be affected by prophetic revelations. This enforced secrecy creates internal pressure that can accumulate over years until it becomes unbearable. Many seers develop elaborate coping mechanisms to manage the psychological stress of their prophetic burden. Some retreat into deliberately cultivated eccentricity, using theatrical behavior and mysterious pronouncements to create protective distance between themselves and others, while still fulfilling their obligation to share important prophetic information. Others withdraw from society entirely, seeking solitude where their visions cannot torment them with unwanted knowledge of others' futures. The development of what magical psychologists term prophetic dissociation represents one of the most serious psychological consequences of sustained exposure to prophetic visions. This condition occurs when the trauma of repeatedly witnessing future tragedies causes the seer's consciousness to fragment, creating separate psychological compartments for prophetic awareness and ordinary experience. Seers suffering from this condition may appear completely normal during periods when their prophetic consciousness remains dormant, only to transform into apparently different personalities when visions overwhelm their psychological defenses. The physical toll of authentic prophecy extends beyond psychological stress to encompass measurable effects on health and longevity. The massive expenditure of magical energy required for true prophetic visions can accelerate aging, weaken immune systems, and create susceptibility to magical maladies that rarely affect ordinary wizards and witches. Many historically documented seers died at relatively young ages, their bodies worn out by the demands of channeling cosmic knowledge through mortal consciousness. The relationship between prophetic ability and madness has been observed and documented throughout magical history, leading to ongoing debate about whether prophecy causes mental instability or whether pre-existing psychological conditions somehow enhance receptivity to prophetic visions. Some magical theorists propose that certain forms of mental difference actually facilitate prophetic awareness by reducing the psychological barriers that normally prevent access to future knowledge, suggesting that what appears to be madness might sometimes represent alternative forms of consciousness better suited to prophetic work. The treatment and support of authentic seers presents unique challenges for magical healers and counselors. Traditional therapeutic approaches often prove inadequate for addressing problems rooted in accurate perception of genuine future events, rather than psychological delusion or trauma-based distortion. Specialized treatment programs have developed within the magical medical community to provide appropriate care for seers struggling with the burden of their abilities, though such resources remain limited and often inadequately funded. The social stigma attached to prophetic ability creates additional barriers to obtaining help and support for seers experiencing psychological difficulties. The widespread skepticism about authentic prophecy means that many seers conceal their abilities to avoid being dismissed as fraudulent or delusional, preventing them from accessing communities of others who share similar experiences and understand their unique challenges. This isolation perpetuates cycles of psychological deterioration that might be prevented through appropriate peer support and professional intervention. The families and friends of authentic seers often struggle with their own burden of living with someone whose prophetic abilities create constant uncertainty and anxiety. Watching a loved one suffer through prophetic visions while being unable to provide meaningful comfort or assistance creates secondary trauma that affects entire families and social networks. Support groups for relatives of seers provide essential resources for managing these challenges, though such programs remain scarce in many magical communities. The ethical implications of prophetic knowledge create moral dilemmas that contribute to the psychological burden experienced by seers. Decisions about when and how to share prophetic information involve complex considerations about preventing harm versus respecting others' autonomy to make their own choices without prophetic influence. The weight of these moral responsibilities combined with uncertainty about the consequences of different choices, creates additional stress that compounds the other difficulties associated with prophetic ability. Despite these profound challenges, some seers develop remarkable resilience and find ways to integrate their prophetic abilities constructively into their lives and communities. These individuals often serve as crucial sources of guidance and warning during periods of crisis, their visions providing essential information that helps magical society prepare for and respond to threats and opportunities. The wisdom gained through prophetic experience, though costly, sometimes enables seers to offer unique perspectives and insights that prove invaluable to those seeking guidance about difficult decisions. The study of how different individuals cope with prophetic burden reveals important insights about the factors that determine whether prophetic ability becomes a source of wisdom or madness. Strong social support networks, access to appropriate training and guidance, and the development of healthy coping mechanisms all appear to influence whether seers thrive or suffer under the weight of their unusual gifts. Understanding these protective factors helps magical communities better support their prophetic members and reduces the tragedy of seers lost to despair and isolation. The legacy of seers who have struggled with and ultimately succumbed to the burden of prophetic knowledge serves as a sobering reminder of the true cost of authentic prophetic ability. Their sacrifice contributes to the body of prophetic wisdom that guides magical civilization, though often at prices that seem almost too high to bear. Honoring their contributions while working to prevent similar tragedies represents an ongoing challenge for magical communities that benefit from prophetic guidance, while witnessing its devastating effects on those who provide it. As we reflect upon the profound price paid by those blessed and cursed with prophetic sight, we gain deeper appreciation for the courage required to bear such burdens and the wisdom that emerges from their sacrifice. The cost of prophecy extends far beyond the individuals who receive visions to encompass entire communities that must learn to balance their need for prophetic guidance with compassion for those who provide it at such personal expense. In the gentle darkness of this contemplative evening, as we consider the heavy burden carried by those who see tomorrow's truths with unwanted clarity, reflect upon this question: how might magical society better support and honor its seers, while acknowledging that some forms of knowledge carry costs too high for any individual to bear alone? Chapter 11. Prophecies that changed history. Across the vast tapestry of magical history, certain prophetic utterances have emerged like lightning bolts from cosmic storms, their words reshaping the course of entire civilizations and altering the destiny of countless generations. As we settle into the profound quiet of deep night, with only the whisper of turning pages and the distant hoot of owls to break the silence, let us journey through the annals of time to examine those pivotal prophecies whose fulfillment transformed the wizarding world in ways both magnificent and terrible, demonstrating the awesome power of prophetic knowledge to serve as catalyst for historical change. Picture the great library of magical history, where chronicles and records stretch back through millennia, their pages glowing softly with preservation charms, as they document the rise and fall of magical empires, the emergence of legendary heroes, and the cosmic struggles between light and darkness that have defined magical civilization since its earliest days. Here, among these accumulated memories of our magical past, we can trace the golden threads of prophecy that weave through historical events, connecting distant ages through the timeless voice of authentic vision. The prophecy of the four founders stands as perhaps the earliest documented vision that shaped the magical world in ways still visible today. Spoken by an ancient Celtic seer whose name has been lost to time, this prophecy foretold the coming together of four great magical minds, who would establish a school that would endure for 1,000 years and beyond. The vision described each founder through symbolic imagery: the brave lion who would champion courage, the patient badger who would nurture loyalty, the wise eagle who would treasure knowledge, and the cunning serpent who would value ambition and resourcefulness. What makes this ancient prophecy particularly remarkable is how its fulfillment created the foundation upon which all subsequent magical education would be built. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin came together not through random chance, but in fulfillment of cosmic destiny that had been foreseen centuries before their births. Their establishment of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry created an institution that would train thousands of young witches and wizards, shaping magical society for generations and providing the educational foundation that enabled the wizarding world to flourish and grow. The interpretation of this founding prophecy influenced many of the decisions made during Hogwarts' establishment, from the creation of the 4 houses that reflected each founder's particular strengths to the development of educational philosophies that balanced different approaches to magical learning. The prophecy's emphasis on unity, despite diversity, helped guide the founders in creating an institution that could accommodate students with widely varying talents and temperaments, establishing patterns of inclusive education that became hallmarks of magical pedagogy. The Great Convergence prophecy of the 15th century predicted the coming together of magical and non-magical knowledge in ways that would transform both worlds, though its fulfillment would require centuries of gradual development. This vision spoke of the marriage of ancient wisdom and new understanding, describing a future time when magical and scientific knowledge would combine to create possibilities neither could achieve alone. The prophecy's influence shaped the policies of magical governments regarding interaction with non-magical communities, and guided decisions about which aspects of magical knowledge could safely be shared or adapted. The fulfillment of the Great Convergence prophecy can be traced through numerous developments that gradually brought magical and non-magical understanding closer together. The establishment of the International Statute of Secrecy represented not separation but sophisticated coordination between magical and non-magical authorities, creating frameworks for cooperation that remained largely invisible to ordinary citizens of both communities. The prophecy's influence can also be seen in the development of magical innovations that paralleled non-magical technological advances, suggesting ongoing collaboration guided by prophetic wisdom. Perhaps no historical prophecy has been more thoroughly documented and analyzed than the Grindelwald prophecy, which foresaw the rise of a dark wizard who would attempt to reshape the magical world through the domination of non-magical peoples. This prophecy, delivered by a young seer in the German magical community, described a charismatic leader who would claim to act for the greater good while pursuing power that would ultimately corrupt his noble intentions. The vision warned of global conflict that would test the unity of the magical world and require unprecedented cooperation between magical communities to resolve. The interpretation of the Grindelwald prophecy influenced the responses of magical governments as Gellert Grindelwald began his rise to power. Some authorities dismissed early warnings as exaggerated concerns about a talented but misguided young wizard, while others recognized the prophetic significance of emerging events and began preparing for the conflict described in the vision. These different interpretations of the same prophetic information led to varying levels of preparedness that significantly affected the course of the global wizarding war that followed. The ultimate fulfillment of the Grindelwald prophecy through the intervention of Albus Dumbledore demonstrated how personal choice and cosmic destiny can combine to create historical change. While the prophecy foretold Grindelwald's rise and the global conflict that would follow, it did not specify how that conflict would be resolved. Dumbledore's decision to confront his former friend, despite their complicated personal history, provided the human agency necessary to fulfill the prophetic promise of Grindelwald's eventual defeat. The prophecy of the Last Alliance emerged during the early 20th century, predicting the formation of unprecedented cooperation between magical communities that had historically maintained independence or outright hostility toward each other. This vision described a time when ancient rivalries would be set aside in the face of a threat so severe that survival would require unity on a scale never before achieved in magical history. The prophecy spoke of wanderers and guardians, seekers and protectors, coming together to preserve the light against overwhelming darkness. The interpretation of this prophecy influenced the gradual development of international magical cooperation throughout the early and mid-20th century. Magical governments began establishing diplomatic protocols and mutual assistance agreements that laid the groundwork for the coordinated response that would eventually be needed during Voldemort's rise to power. The Prophecies' influence can be seen in the formation of organizations like the International Confederation of Wizards and various cross-border magical law enforcement initiatives. The fulfillment of the Last Alliance prophecy occurred during the global response to Voldemort's first rise to power, when magical communities worldwide recognized the threat posed by his ideology and methods. The cooperation between Auror departments, the sharing of intelligence about Death Eater activities, and the coordination of protective measures for magical civilians all reflected the prophetic vision of unprecedented unity in the face of existential threat. The prophecy of the Chosen One, while perhaps the most famous modern prophecy, represents only the most recent in a long series of visions that have shaped magical history through their influence on individual choices and collective responses. The pattern revealed by studying these historical prophecies demonstrates how prophetic knowledge serves not as deterministic prediction, but as cosmic guidance that helps individuals and communities align their actions with larger patterns of meaning and purpose. The interpretation of historical prophecies reveals fascinating insights into how different understandings of the same prophetic vision can lead to dramatically different outcomes. The schism prophecy of the early magical period predicted divisions within the magical community that would separate the worthy from the unworthy, the pure from the contaminated. Some interpreted this as validation for blood purity ideology, while others understood it as describing the moral choices that would distinguish those committed to justice from those corrupted by prejudice and hatred. These competing interpretations of the schism prophecy influenced the development of conflicting magical philosophies that persist to this day. Those who embraced blood purity interpretations used the prophecy to justify discrimination and violence against Muggle-born wizards and witches, while those who understood its moral dimensions recognized it as a warning about the corrupting influence of prejudice itself. The same prophetic words thus served as inspiration for both oppression and resistance, demonstrating how human interpretation shapes prophetic fulfillment. The study of prophetic interpretation throughout history reveals consistent patterns in how individuals and communities respond to prophetic knowledge. Those driven by fear, hatred, or desire for power tend to interpret prophecies in ways that justify their existing prejudices and ambitions, while those motivated by love, justice, and genuine concern for others typically understand prophetic visions as calls to service and sacrifice. These different interpretive frameworks lead to radically different choices and behaviors, demonstrating how prophecy amplifies existing character traits rather than creating them. The role of choice in prophetic fulfillment emerges as perhaps the most crucial factor in determining how prophetic visions actually manifest in historical events. While prophecies establish broad frameworks within which events will unfold, the specific details of fulfillment depend entirely upon the choices made by individuals who possess knowledge of the prophetic vision. This relationship between prophetic destiny and human agency creates space for heroism, redemption, and transformation, even within the context of seemingly inevitable cosmic patterns. The cumulative impact of historical prophecies on magical civilization demonstrates how prophetic knowledge serves as a form of cosmic guidance that helps magical society navigate challenges and opportunities that would otherwise overwhelm human wisdom and planning capability. The pattern of prophecy throughout history suggests that cosmic forces actively work to preserve and develop magical civilization, providing guidance and warning through prophetic visions when crucial decisions must be made or critical challenges must be faced. The preservation and study of historical prophecies provides contemporary magical society with invaluable resources for understanding current events and preparing for future challenges. The patterns revealed through careful analysis of past prophetic fulfillment offer guidance for interpreting modern visions and making informed decisions about responses to contemporary prophetic warnings. This historical perspective helps distinguish between genuine prophetic patterns and coincidental similarities, improving the accuracy and usefulness of prophetic interpretation. As we reflect upon these great prophecies that have shaped magical history through their influence on human choice and cosmic destiny, we gain deeper appreciation for the complex relationship between prophetic knowledge and historical change. These visions demonstrate how prophecy serves not as rigid predetermination, but as divine guidance that helps individuals and communities align their actions with cosmic purposes that transcend immediate concerns and selfish interests. In the contemplative stillness of this deep night hour, as we consider how prophetic words spoken centuries ago continue to influence the course of magical civilization, reflect upon this question: what does the pattern of historical prophecies reveal about the relationship between cosmic guidance and human responsibility in shaping the future of magical society? Chapter 12. The Future of Foresight. As we reach the culminating moments of our journey through the mystical realm of prophecy and ancient magic, with dawn still hours away and the deepest part of night embracing us in its velvet darkness, let us turn our gaze forward to contemplate the evolving role of prophetic knowledge in an increasingly complex magical world. Here, in the quiet sanctuary of contemplation, we explore how modern magical society continues to grapple with the eternal mysteries of foresight, seeking to balance the wisdom of ancient traditions with the demands of contemporary magical civilization. Picture the modern Department of Mysteries, where cutting-edge magical research intersects with timeless prophetic traditions in chambers that bridge the gap between scientific inquiry and mystical understanding. Contemporary unspeakables employ both ancient wisdom and innovative magical techniques to study the fundamental nature of prophetic phenomena, seeking to unlock secrets that have puzzled magical theorists for millennia, while developing new approaches to supporting and protecting those blessed with the gift of sight. The 21st century magical world faces unique challenges in integrating prophetic knowledge with the rapid pace of magical innovation and social change. The acceleration of magical development, the increasing complexity of international magical relations, and the growing sophistication of magical education all create new contexts for prophetic interpretation that ancient seers could never have anticipated. Modern prophetic practitioners must learn to navigate these evolving circumstances while maintaining connection to the timeless sources of wisdom that have guided their predecessors throughout magical history. Contemporary magical education has begun to incorporate more sophisticated understanding of prophetic phenomena into divination curricula, moving beyond the traditional focus on basic techniques like tea leaf reading and crystal gazing to include serious study of prophetic theory, interpretation methodology, and the psychological challenges faced by authentic seers. This evolution reflects growing recognition that prophetic knowledge represents a legitimate and valuable aspect of magical understanding that deserves rigorous academic attention rather than dismissive skepticism. The development of new magical technologies has created unprecedented opportunities for studying and supporting prophetic phenomena. Advanced magical monitoring equipment can now detect and measure the energy patterns associated with authentic prophetic visions, helping researchers distinguish between genuine prophecy and other forms of magical or psychological phenomena. These technological advances also enable more effective support for practicing seers, providing early warning systems for prophetic episodes and medical interventions that can reduce the physical and psychological toll of intensive prophetic work. Modern magical psychology has made significant strides in understanding and treating the unique challenges faced by individuals with prophetic abilities. Specialized therapeutic approaches developed specifically for seers address the isolation, temporal displacement, and prophetic burden that have historically made prophetic gifts as much curse as blessing. Support networks connecting seers across different magical communities provide peer understanding and practical guidance that helps contemporary prophets cope more effectively with their unusual circumstances. The establishment of international protocols for sharing and interpreting prophetic information represents another significant development in modern magical society's approach to foresight. Recognition that prophetic visions often concern events that transcend national boundaries has led to the creation of coordinated systems for disseminating crucial prophetic warnings and pooling interpretive expertise from multiple magical traditions. These collaborative approaches often produce more accurate and comprehensive understanding of prophetic visions than any single interpretive tradition could achieve alone. The role of prophecy in modern magical governance continues to evolve as magical authorities seek to balance respect for prophetic wisdom with democratic decision-making processes and evidence-based policy development. Contemporary magical governments typically maintain small departments of specialist advisors who monitor prophetic developments and provide guidance about potential implications of emerging visions, though the influence of such advice varies considerably depending on local political traditions and cultural attitudes toward prophetic knowledge. The rarity of authentic prophetic ability in the modern magical world poses ongoing challenges for maintaining prophetic traditions and ensuring that crucial knowledge and techniques are not lost to history. With true seers appearing only occasionally and often struggling with the burden of their gifts, magical institutions must work diligently to preserve prophetic wisdom and provide appropriate training and support for those who manifest authentic abilities. This preservation work requires careful balance between protecting traditional knowledge and adapting ancient practices to contemporary needs and understanding. The increasing interconnectedness of the modern magical world creates new complexities for prophetic interpretation, as visions that might once have concerned only local communities now often carry implications for global magical society. Contemporary interpreters must consider how prophetic visions might manifest across multiple cultures, magical traditions, and political systems, requiring broader knowledge and more sophisticated analytical frameworks than their predecessors typically needed to develop. The phenomenon of prophetic evolution has emerged as a significant area of study for modern magical researchers. This refers to the observation that prophetic abilities themselves appear to be changing in response to the evolving magical environment, with some contemporary seers reporting visions that differ in character and scope from those documented in historical records. These changes might reflect adaptation to new magical conditions, evolution in human magical consciousness, or cosmic shifts in the nature of prophetic phenomena themselves. Modern magical society has also witnessed the emergence of new forms of collaborative prophecy, where groups of individuals with modest prophetic sensitivity work together to achieve results that approach the clarity and accuracy of traditional single-seer prophecy. These collaborative approaches draw inspiration from ancient Centaur practices while incorporating contemporary understanding of group dynamics and magical field theory to create innovative methods for accessing prophetic knowledge when authentic seers are unavailable. The integration of prophetic knowledge with other forms of magical research has created new opportunities for understanding the fundamental nature of time, consciousness, and magical reality. Studies that combine prophetic research with investigations into magical theory, consciousness studies, and temporal magic are beginning to reveal deeper patterns that connect all these phenomena, suggesting that prophecy may provide unique insights into the basic structure of magical existence itself. Ethical dimensions of prophetic knowledge have become increasingly important considerations in modern magical society, where greater understanding of prophetic mechanisms has raised complex questions about the responsibilities of those who receive prophetic visions and those who interpret them for others. Contemporary magical ethics recognizes both the obligation to share crucial prophetic warnings and the importance of respecting individual autonomy and choice in responding to prophetic guidance. The development of prophetic archives in major magical institutions represents an important innovation in preserving and organizing prophetic knowledge for future study and application. These archives employ advanced magical preservation techniques to maintain the integrity of prophetic records while providing sophisticated indexing and cross-referencing systems that help researchers identify patterns and connections across different prophetic traditions and historical periods. The training of modern prophetic interpreters has evolved to include not only traditional techniques for understanding symbolic language and metaphorical imagery, but also contemporary knowledge about psychology, cultural studies, and international magical affairs. This broader educational foundation helps modern interpreters provide more accurate and useful guidance to those seeking to understand and respond to prophetic visions in the complex context of contemporary magical society. The future of prophetic practice in the magical world will likely depend on the ability of magical institutions to maintain connection with traditional sources of wisdom while adapting to changing circumstances and evolving understanding. The challenge lies in preserving the essential spiritual and mystical dimensions of prophetic knowledge while incorporating beneficial advances in magical technology, psychological understanding, and collaborative research methodologies. The study of prophetic phenomena continues to reveal new insights into the nature of consciousness, time, and magical reality that have implications extending far beyond divination itself. As magical researchers develop more sophisticated understanding of how prophetic knowledge emerges and manifests, they gain valuable perspective on fundamental questions about the structure of magical existence and the relationship between individual consciousness and cosmic patterns. The preservation of prophetic traditions for future generations requires not only maintaining institutional knowledge and techniques, but also fostering cultural attitudes that respect and support those blessed with prophetic abilities. Modern magical society must learn to balance healthy skepticism about false prophetic claims with appropriate reverence for authentic prophetic gifts, creating environments where genuine seers can flourish while protecting communities from exploitation by those who would abuse prophetic imagery for personal gain. As we contemplate the future of foresight in the magical world, we see how ancient wisdom and modern understanding can combine to create new possibilities for accessing and applying prophetic knowledge. The eternal mysteries of time and destiny continue to challenge human comprehension, but each generation of magical practitioners adds to the accumulated wisdom that helps magical society navigate the complexities of existence with greater understanding and more effective guidance. The enduring importance of prophecy in magical civilization reflects fundamental aspects of magical consciousness that transcend particular historical periods or cultural contexts. The human need to understand our place in the cosmic order and to glimpse the possibilities that lie ahead appears to be as constant as magic itself, ensuring that prophetic traditions will continue to evolve and adapt while maintaining their essential connection to the deepest sources of magical wisdom. In these final moments of our exploration, as we prepare to return to the ordinary world of immediate concerns and daily responsibilities, we carry with us deeper appreciation for the remarkable gift of prophecy and its continuing role in guiding magical civilization toward wisdom, justice, and understanding. The future of foresight remains as mysterious and promising as the cosmic forces that have always guided authentic prophetic vision. In the profound stillness of this contemplative night, as we conclude our journey through the mystical realm of prophetic magic, reflect upon this final question: how might the wisdom we have gained about prophecy and its role in magical history guide our own choices and actions as we face the unknown possibilities that await us in our own magical future?